So good. Let's see where we can take Edward. Nothing is true. Somebody's having too much alcohol. Reanimate corrupt entities. We're in Havana. One naval contract and something undiscovered. Let's see. These ladies are telling us. Just want to make sure that the game audio is here. No, it's not. Now it's there.
Últimamente los rateros se arremolinan como mosquitos.
Y su picadura va directa al bolso.
Si fuera más joven, los aplastaría como los insectos.
I've heard you've had some trouble.
Trouble is right. Damn cat bastards are everywhere. There are
We're one
merchants
type
not
of
the worst
pickpocket
it.
as well.
Si fuera más joven, los aplastaría como los insectos que son.
Es usted un canalla y un impertinente.
There's our next. Yeah, chicken, I'ma feed you. It's been asking for food for a while now.
Come on. Get your grub then.
Todo es nuevo.
Mantente bien atenta y vigila tu bolso.
La Habana se ha convertido en un lugar horrible. Hay rateros por todos lados.
Word is you faced a bit of trouble.
There's been nothing but trouble today. What with thieves in the market scaring away business, everyone's on tenterhooks.
Oh, shit. That flame just appeared there. Either blend in. We are the sole captain here.
Tengo el mejor ron de los bares del sur.
Who is this pickpocket?
That's my quarry.
Time to catch. It's actually quite fast.
Piss off. Or I set flint onto you.
Nothing personal, mate. You just have something I need.
A map of
It's a
powder
map of
stores
gunpowder
scattered.
stores, and Hillary Flint's got his name on it. Rona will want to see this.
That was easy enough. Who wanted us to go where? More for Rona.
especially when
Hello.
time was just gone and everything is still fresh.
It is actually quite far away. Ah, I want to see what's inside here. A little bit loot. I need so much to upgrade my boat. Not just money, also resources. I remember. The jackdaw ain't fully equipped in any way. Captain Kenway. There you are.
Did you find anything?
Yeah, we had a fight. She has a lot of food to offer us.
What'd you find out?
Managed to nab a pickpocket. Slyboots had a map. Something about storehouses and gunpowder.
I did some research too. It's clear as day. The whole operation's run by that Templar scoundrel Hilary Flint.
That's the same name from the map.
He's using pickpockets to run an arms race.
Against who?
Me.
He's in the lead, I take it.
Yes, but with your map, we can destroy his weapon stores to catch up.
Let's waste no time.
I'll take the
This will
left,
go
you take the
faster
right.
if we part ways. You take the stores to the north, I'll get the rest.
Oh, okay. North is ours. 64.
He oído que Flynn le dio un revolcón a esa pirata. ¿Cómo se llamaba? ¿Rona?
Sí, esa es.
It's the one
Me
strange.
extraña, ya que ella lucha en el otro bando.
¿Quién anda ahí?
¡Vete ya!
¿Uno de los de Flint?
Da igual. Nos llevaremos el cuerpo. Lo dirá el propio Flint.
Now we dance. Keep up!
¡Escoria!
Up and over!
Okay, and go. The clearest.
Try this!
He did die to some wounds.
¡Rápido! ¡Que no se escabulla!
Oh, there's a marksman. So let's shoot to a duel. It's never ending.
Vas a morir por eso.
They better have some loot back. Yeah. Kinda need those potions. We got two.
That's one down. 2 to go.
Let's move forward. Some food. This way. Smooth sailing. Just need to get back to the boat. We are in Havana doing a story mission. Is that like whole area? No, it's further away.
Llevamos días con esto. Flint nos exige mucho. Y ojalá supiera para qué.
Es por esa mujer. Ella crea problemas y somos nosotros.
¡Estás muerto!
You guys heard nothing.
Es por esa mujer. Ella crea problemas y somos nosotros los que lo pagamos.
Will there be staring to another way? Okay, I don't think my PC can multi-stream this game, so I'm saying bye-bye to TikTok. Let's see. Sometimes the frame rate does drop below 50.
¡Venga, pues!
Yeah, and that I do not like. Like right now it's dropped to 30. So TikTok, come to YouTube or Twitch. This week in double. Beautiful. Where's the barrel itself?
One more.
It's on the
I
other
need
side.
to back up.
You don't want to get hurt by the explosion. We're not too far off from the list. It was 3 apiece.
To the free, then to the war.
Vigilar pólvora es una labor de tontos, pero yo he hecho bien mi trabajo de tonto. Puede que Flint me encargue ahora un trabajo.
So many girls.
I'm about to spoil your day, mate.
That's the bad.
Prepara tu ataúd.
Got you!
Oh, he's running away.
I'll be caught in the blast.
No, I won't.
That's all of them.
¡Corre! ¡Oye! ¡Que Dios te dé alas!
Let me get out. We can run this off. Now I ended up in some other enemy area.
¡Intenta dar los esquinazos!
Is he throwing a grenade? Yes, he is. We have somebody up.
¡Allí está!
Oh, that was nice.
Some piece. Okay. I saw some loot here. Really glad it wasn't just food. Yeah, this was like their outpost. And I ran straight into that. Not the smartest choice.
Edward, I'm up here.
What did you find out, Rhonda?
Edward, we've reduced that Templar cad Flint to a fraction of its power. The only thing standing between you and your key now is Flint himself.
You have an approach in mind?
I'll engage him in combat. And you circle around carefully and, well, you know the rest.
Suddenly squeamish, Rona. Can't quite bring yourself to kill him.
Of course not. I just don't want you to feel like I'm telling you what to do.
I think that injury must have left you with a touch of fever.
Can we go now?
Let's.
Let's party.
Oh, he won't be hard to find. Cheeky bastard. Strutting about like the cock of the walk.
Admit it, Rona. Deep down, you like the walk of that cock.
I can arrange to have you in Thumbikins if Floggin's too kind, Kenway. I'll distract him. You circle around for the kill. Hey, Flint! Ha! Not much of a shot, are you, Flint?
You should know, Dinsmore.
I should, after studying you for so long.
Then you finally admit your obsession with me.
And how many men have you sent after me?
What did you expect? That I would come in person? You overestimate.
Too slow, shitbird.
Oh.
¿A dónde te crees que vas?
That's not good. Okay, we did get a bullet. They shot the barrel and, like, he exploded. I'll take it. You greedy Templar.
I knew we would end in fire. But I always thought our positions would be reversed. Should have died happier, knowing there was one less assassin in the world. What a pity. Could never fight together on the correct side of things.
Would, you two like a moment alone?
No. It's too late. Take it. His charm's all used up. Let the memory of him be locked away for good.
We got a key.
Time to make
We
myself
still need
scarce.
2 more. There is an Assassin's Burrow. It's not too far away. Hey. I can't pass on it. Let's see
Require my services.
what we can do to our ship. Round and hit a shot. Do we want more cannons? Armor is missing more money. I might need to wait for the defense.
Perhaps 'tis, but postponed.
Sorry, ladies.
Ya te puedes estar largando de aquí. ¡A por él! Veamos sus tripas.
Okay. We'll leave that fight later. For later. Oh, they went to look for me from a very different place. Two pirates! Okay.
I'm sorry, Rona.
Cocky fool he was. Do me a kindness, Edward. Keep this to yourself.
I'm forgiven for all my past indiscretions, then.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Flint Center. We have saved one assassin. Is there, like, any way for us to get here? Or is this part of a quest later? Nothing is true. There's another Templar hunt. Oh, I don't think we can do that. This we can. We can also sail. Back to the boat.
Mains out, trim to the wind. Raise your voices, me trumps! Crowd on all the sail we have!
Johnny Bunker, come rockin' on me over. Do it, Johnny Bunker, do.
Charlie Bunker.
The skipper is a rover. Do it, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me, Johnny Bunker, the meat never sober. Do it, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me, Johnny Bunker.
Fast as you dare.
Is a tailor. Do me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me, Johnny Bunker, we'll all go on a jamboree. Do me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me, Johnny Bunker, the packets are rolling. Do me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me, Johnny Bunker,
Speed, lads!
all together.
Our first boats.
Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me, Johnny Bunker, we'll hope for better weather.
Oh, they are fighting against each other. Let them.
Oh, do me, Johnny Bunker, and soon we'll be in London town. Do me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me, Johnny Bunker, come rock and roll me on.
Can see the like the game is more stable.
Foremast rig!
I see your echo windward and the lofty ship.
Loose and trim tight, ride the wind! Man your sheets! Fast as you dare!
Will anybody believe that they were just on the way?
Pirate, what a man of war, cried he. A sailor down along the coast of high Barbary. We'll back up our topsail and heave our vessel to. Blow high, blow low, and so sail we. For we have got some letters to be carried home by you. Sailing down along the coast of high Barbary. For broadside we fought on the main. Blow high, blow low, and so sailed we. Until at last the frigate shut the pirates' mast away. Sailing down.
What is this? They could always have another good shot. Right?
Quiet now! Storm ahead!
A little storm. It is a good time to hunt for a bull shark. Oh. In storm you cannot. There's a lot of metal. He's already fighting versus British. What's up, cat? I guess we are still on the storm and can't get this either. I would say this is just a slight rain though. Not a full-blown storm.
Wind is swirling the other way.
For in out of temper. Hey. Okay, what are you? A convoy. Yeah, can't take that yet.
Best not sail into that tempest.
Oh.
Faster now!
What a mega hit!
Calm her down.
That was a big whale.
Haul up the royal! Ease the spanker! Hold down!
Gonna go for you.
Crowd in on, all of it! Ride the wind, for all she's worth! Fast as you dare! Set her back! Fire! Vulnerable there, Captain! Fire! Reef in all tops! Fire!
Oh, that missed.
Off the wind! Fire! Loose all, let's move! Fill those sails! Fire! Douse all but mains! Sail off to fire!
With this, we can lower our wanted level.
Drag them to their doom!
Little bit loot.
You'll have to be quicker.
All ours. What's up, guys? Or shall we keep it? We are like almost full health though. Let's end it. One setting we could change. Reluton. Now we will be collecting all the...
Let's get going. Let's catch some wind, lads. The wind
all the
has
loot.
us. Loose and trim tight. Ride the wind.
Spaniards! Schooner by the rigging!
Shanty.
He's sailing alone.
It's the life of man. Whiskey, Johnny. Oh, whiskey is the life of man. Whiskey for Johnny. Oh, Margaret,
Calm her
whiskey
down.
well. Whiskey for Johnny. Oh, whiskey gave me a broken nose. Whiskey, Johnny. Whiskey made me fall my coat.
Fire! All hands on deck.
Say the word to let my grapple, sir!
Well, this was easy.
For a steely kiss.
My ramming is quite high. Oh, fleet is full. Let's repair our boat.
Give me more sail. Man the stairs. We trim too.
Have I been here? There's a naval construct. I'm trying to get there. We need to go that way.
Loose all sail. Faster now.
Fire the bounty hunters!
Ease it off. Fire! Ability to ram us. We're going to hit them. Fire! Cruise up! Fire! 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 As much sail as you can! Fire! Fire! Reef in all tops!
You said what? They came to ram us, and what happened?
Yo, heave ho! Heave! Heave!
Hissing themselves!
Let's just say he wasn't the worst fighter.
You'll have to do better than that.
I'll say he was trying. Let's repair our boat.
Mains out, trim to the wind. Do not leave them muzzled.
I did lose one.
Loose and trim tight. Ride the wind.
But here's a one. We're full.
A song. Fast as you dare.
Now you're ready to sail for the Horn. Roll and go. Our boots and our clothes, boys are all in the pond. Erotic and brandy and heave a pole, heave away. Roll and go.
It is a beautiful boat. Like, I'm not sure how much firepower we need to take on the fort. Once we have a fort, I can send my ships to Greenwich.
Take us off the wind! Well, that's enough for now.
We're landing. Let's see. Sorry.
I have a proposition.
Tell us. Sink the British fleet. Sink 2 British ships using the mortar.
Just like the English to act like they own the damn world.
We will do that mission later. We are back at Nassau. Let's sell our...
What have you been eating?
Sell our stuff. He's selling shark bones. Really? I had just one rum bottle. At least some more spices. Then we have a lot of wine. Could have had a party with that amount.
Our pleasure. See you next time.
There is a harbor master, right?
What might you be requiring?
This will be like level 1 out of maximum post. If we want to take on those ships, we do need to have a higher damage from mortar. Let's increase the defenses. We can have more mistakes. 30k now. You need the ultimate plan. We could have 2 more cannons. Or more on this, see if we will. I think I will save and try to get the mortar. Oh, I should not be getting one tap. Right.
Well concluded.
Who is the Templar? From 17k to 2. Some things are expensive.
You've got your fine handiwork on this one. What's the asking price?
This is Nassau, not the bloody Smithfield market. 1,000 reals. Take it or get out of my sight.
I could buy it twice over with the gold in my pocket. So fair, madam.
How do we get down there? Or is there something down there? Okay. There's no way. Don't see the gold anymore. Well.
Half a map's worth little.
Hello, mister.
Travers?
What tide brings you? You dress the part of an assassin, yet I don't know your face.
Name's Kenway.
No, we actually dressed
to your bureau.
like a pirate.
Yes, I've noticed some suspicious men lurking about. I believe they work for a noted Templar called Upton. Could you eliminate them for me?
Oh, I may be persuaded. For a price. You wouldn't happen to know anything about a Templar key, would you?
I'm sure you can find it among Upton's men, if I tell you where they are.
You've got yourself a deal.
Let's get rid of some enemies. Do we have another? Evil. Two out of 6 in the solo. Hey. What is this marker? Not on naval contract.
My Brum and Son have addled these pirates' minds. They don't know the true value of this trinket.
My reals are gone. The trinkets too. God strike down this miserable thieves den.
Wait. This trinket's a counterfeit. There really is no honor among thieves.
There's them that say Nassau weren't the first free republic. There was another near Ile de Saint Laurent some years back. What's that?
That's the...
They serve no masters, save those who would be barriers against the rich.
Don't press the
and powerful,
jump button as well.
Guarded the people's rights and liberties.
No different from here then.
Aye, except cleaner and richer. Coins spilled from men's pockets as they walk, they say.
This is the side of tents. This music song. Sea shanty. Storm along Shun. 4 out of 5. Okay. But yes, let's get back to the mission we have here. Enemies that must be taken care of.
Upton's men.
He wanted the goods transported to his residence instead.
But why? What's he gonna do with them?
I don't know. Store them? Smuggle them?
Smuggle them away from his own smuggling operation?
I know. It sounds ridiculous. But a job's a job.
I suppose you're right. Smuggling from a smuggler. Hey, did you ever think about that word, smuggler? Rather funny, ain't it?
Whoever thinks about words?
Well, not me, certainly. But say it. Smuggler.
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 You're right. It does have a kind of a funny ring to it. Smuggler.
Here, wait, mate. Maybe we shouldn't be saying it quite so loud, though.
On account of it being smuggling?
Right.
Right.
Will the others be waiting for us when we get there?
Yes. This should be easy.
So we move the goods, then we go to the inn.
Hold up. Okay. Hi, Casus. How you doing? It is the best outfit, actually. And it is a pirate. You can find this in the game. It is a Captain Morgan's redingote. Not an assassin. I'm doing good. It's really like suffocating heat. We are missing brains. But I have fun. You haven't played? Damn. I played the original when it came out. But this definitely is a better version of the game. You're too boy. Thank you, Legion. Welcome as well. Hutia, where do we have Hutia? Valhalla. That was a lot of fun.
Not a lick of sense between them.
Are you planning to play Shadows? Prefer this one as well, or
What was that for? Got you!
sorry. Next one.
Your last mistake, mate.
Here, like, the combat is quite easy. You can mostly wait for blue attacks, which you can then parry. I maybe like the previous weapons. There we had a like really heavy attack.
I'm no such thing.
You're no assassin. I run the Bureau. I'd know you if you were one of us.
That's rich.
Stop!
You're gonna wake you through it all,
Travis,
just about playing them in order.
Is Vance your...
My blood brother. We work together. And those were not Templars that you killed. They were my workers.
Don't blame
There's
me.
no true correlation
Brother
between
ordered it.
Shadows to any of the other games.
Did he mean to usurp me?
I don't know, mate. I'm only after a Templar key.
A what?
I like playing the Assassin's Creed Mirage.
I need for you to tell me everything.
And why should I trust you?
Meet me at the Bureau.
Like, it has a high correlation to the Valhalla.
Oh, bother.
And then like Valhalla has a nice touch to the... I don't know, have you met the... How far you are in that? I don't want to spoil it. But it has like to Odyssey. There's at least one mission. I don't like these swords. These are better. We have like a really heavy attack. Not shooting our... What is this? Give me loot. Halfway through the story, I believe. Yeah, like it decreases. Enemies here have like a parry meter. So you kind of want to get rid of that. Then you can have free attacks or just do the takedown. I'm looking for loot. Wouldn't this be like a perfect place to have some loot, but no. Here we have one. Definitely like just a ship battles. What you looking at? He had some loot. Templar keys. I'm missing 2. There's a warehouse though. And hold viewpoints. We can get back there. But yeah, the ship battles in this game are definitely the most fun.
It has to be buried somewhere there.
No. Where's will those guys? Oh, there was one behind. Yeah.
Got you! You're next!
They're creating. Let's be full health. But there must be a buried treasure as well.
Give it up the ghost! My God, I'll have your head!
Couple of batteries. Okay, now let's get on top of the building and see what do we have. Where is the key? You can see the warehouse is not too far off. Yeah, I had a lot of fun in Valhalla. Only bad thing that I can say about the game itself is not about the game, about the game studio. Like I bought the ultimate version of the Valhalla. It was supposed to include everything. And then they released the Ragnarok as a 40 euros more DLC content or expansion. That hurt. That's a game, yeah, it was a lot of fun. How are we gonna get to that chest? Oh, here. We need all the money. There is a window open. Yes. both ways. Some loot that we can collect. Full of ammunition and another chest. It's funny how it was a DLC, but it was already in the game. How do you feel about the Witcher games? Like, I love them. I like what they are doing. Like, I'm not sure, will it be paid content, the new DLC that they are, or expansion? But like, it's so big. The blood and wine.
I can't for the life of me figure it out. Just when I thought
You haven't? Damn.
Bested again.
That nonsense is a tough.
No, it's just really good to have
Hey, maggot! There you are!
there's so much to play. I wish I could play it for the first time. Oh. Bell has been rung. Now all the guards are coming.
Your ass is mine!
There we had a perfect run. Let's see. Run towards danger. How's the bell gonna help anything? This is it. 1, 2.
Caught ya! Oh, damn you! Cave your skull in!
I might have
Try this!
taken too many enemies here. Maybe not.
Now we dance! You're done for, mate!
Oh. Here we need to like dodge. Was there somebody shooting at us? Oh, he is up there, okay. Let's go say hi.
There you are! Halt! That was class.
We're full of automation. Did any of these guys have a key or? Maybe we need to find it. I know that one amongst your number is responsible, but no one's owning up to it. Fine. This is what we'll do. If anything is found, flinch or pilfered from the warehouse again, and each and every last one of you is in for it. You'll all see what happens. Yes, Andrews, if I catch you snooping about the rowboats at the island to the south again, be a hiding for you. Captains. We don't have a key. That's unfortunate. That's on the other side.
That nonsense is a tough riddle. That much is certain.
But yeah, Witcher 3 is like
About that
one of my best
nonsense on
games
the
ever.
wall. It's a waste of our
Like,
time.
it's so much fun and beautiful, and like I played the first Witcher on PC when I was really young. The second one on Xbox 360, and was it 2014 when the third one was released? I didn't like have a console for 3 years or 4 years, or anything to play on, so I actually bought PlayStation 4 just to play The Witcher 4. And it's really good that there will be like 3. So we will get that expansion, then The Witcher 4 and Witcher 1 remake. The first one really needs the remake. Tommy, you old hag, I know you had your jealous eyes set on my coin since the day I got sick. Well, I'll make sure you don't see a single real. This treasure I leave to whoever proves brighter than you dull Olaf off. From the tower above which the birds spun, fix your gaze upon the nearest blue, and follow the slump of the sinking sun. There I'll be set reading. Enter a Lily, you'll likely have to read this note about the Lord. Only console you had was PlayStation 3. Not many games for that. You did play God of War at a friend's house in high school. You would love to play that again. The last 2 really good God of Wars as well. And can't wait for the 3rd. Oh no, La Feye. I don't mind it, but like you do. I will be playing as the lady. Mother. She did seem quite badass. The trailer at least. Like it's a different kind of abilities. But true, like can you really call it God of War when you are not playing as a Kratos? That is a good question. Maybe you will. At some point. Only the trailer showed us Kratos once. It's like coming from the dreams, right? I want the key. There we have some loot. Every like key or objective is usually shown as green. Maybe this is also part of a quest, so we will get the key later. It is the rowboat. Here we could get back to our boat. He has the key. I did press the double assassin maybe. This key was not part of the quest. We were actually able to get it. Now we can get some stuff from the warehouse. Have you played any Fable games? I don't think they were on Not on PlayStation, at least. Maybe they've been on PC. Like, I had that. What we had? We had the Nintendo with really old controllers, which were like blocks. Then we have PlayStation 1 and 2. And after that, Xbox 360. You haven't. You have them saved on your wishlist right now. I'm not sure how to feel about the next. Or the newest Fable that's coming. They have taken like a couple of things away from that. Like in the old ones, what I remember, the whole environment, all the other NPCs, they like changed with the choices you made. You either
I'll get you for that.
either were good or bad, and it really like affected the whole world. We don't want any sailors to die as long as they are pirates. Oh, the grapples fly.
This has something to do with the riddle those folks spoke of. It's mine now.
We did get some money. I like those goals. It's fun to do one playthrough as good and another one as bad. Yeah, like you will definitely do at least 2 playthroughs. That's really good. Where's this place? Oh. This is part of a quest. I've killed one crocodile.
I've seen this place before.
No, we will take another. There's a treasure map. No more crocodile.
Nice.
In the original, you were not fighting like this versus animals. So, do I have a map of Arad? Since our characters said that they had seen. Havana, Abaco, Andreas, Salt Lagoon, Marijuana, Cretinagua, Nassau Warehouse. It's probably this. $48,711. Or is it another map? Because this whole island is a different place. Hey. No, that's food. Oh, yeah, we need to get up. Get up that. Right from here.
The chest should be buried back there.
Okay, there is. I'm looking at the wrong map then. Because our character is saying there's a treasure. I just want to go there. I can see you. Here. This is just a slightly too high for us to climb.
It has to be buried somewhere there.
Let's see how far we can. There's something we can. Shh. Where's the song? Come on, get away. Okay, we've read that. We get bacon for lunch. Okay, we can like stun lock it.
It's
No,
decent.
not stun lock it, just hit it. How can we make a jump to that? Let's get to see Shanti.
The chest must be somewhere back there.
Oh, not the crocodile hide. I don't mind.
It'll do.
What do you think it could be here? Something definitely is buried there. It's not a real crocodile fight. I don't think they fight like that. There is that just on this side.
It has to be buried somewhere there.
Unfortunately, this one, doesn't take us high enough. Try to jump on those. To be honest, I haven't found a single one of these treasures yet. I've heard him talk about treasure a couple of times, but this looks perfect.
No panic.
That's one of my crocodiles. We can always come back for the treasures. Sea shanties are not a thing. That's like the first horrible jump. Then it stays up there. My platforming skills failed. We will come back there. Oh, there's also key. I do need to rapid heights to be able to carry another pistol, if I remember right.
Almost too easy. Good.
I have a trinket that gives us 2 pelts, or 2 of the resources every time we catch.
Pretty good.
Now we can craft. No, not what I wanted to do. A pistol ammo pouch, no. Here, holster. And now it needs bull shark skins. 3 pistols. One thing is fully upgraded. And yeah, then I haven't seen Hutias nor Capuchin monkeys. What is this mark? Oh, it was friendlies. I am the local police. Okay, shall we have one last try for this song here? Nope. Already too late. He wants us to come back. A bit sidetracked. That's fine. I do need to use the toilet, so I'll be right back. Okay. Let's continue.
What have you got us
We
into
will
now?
be doing some sailing quests.
My brother suddenly wants my half of the map. I think he's in trouble.
What map? Start from the start, mate.
There's too much to tell. I fear something terrible has happened to him.
We should find your brother and find out.
I am meeting him now. Follow without being seen, and you may hear it yourself.
All right.
Hide! He'll be here soon. Good day, brother, if I can still call you that.
What are you on about, Upton?
If the talk is to be believed, you want me dead.
Upton, you would trust rumors over your own flesh and blood.
It's not that.
Come now. The map. Do you have your half?
What's happened to you? We agreed to protect the treasure. Is that she-pirate threatening you?
Jing Lang is much more than a pirate. You're jealous, aren't you?
A Templar.
She sought me out and never gave you a second glance.
Jealous? I'm trying to protect you.
I can protect myself. You always had to be the good one, the favored child. Enough of this. Bring me the map, brother, or you'll find that rumors become truth. Good day.
Yeah, that is the truth.
He's gone. I have known Vance all my life. Together, we've run our business and managed the Bureau. Quite well, I might add, until she came along.
Who is this Jing Lang?
A pirate captain from the Far East.
Best costume.
Vance isn't like himself. She's extorting him. My brother was headed to the town center.
Then we search his residence while he's gone and find his map.
Hey, what was that for?
Stow that talk. The captain knows what she's doing.
Pirates? Are they after the map? No, someone else.
Oh.
Not you!
There we go for it.
Now, to find Vance's half of the map.
I'll look around. Keep watch.
Vance, I had to leave early. My order requires a report and there cannot be a delay. I'll be waiting by the tavern at the usual time. Come with both pieces of the map.
Have you found the map? I fear Vance will be back soon.
A letter from Jing Lang. Vance has gone to meet her with his half of the map.
Damn you, Vance. So naive.
Your brother isn't being threatened by Jing Lang. He's in love with her.
His vanity has always been his weakness. The flattering attention of a woman is all it took for him to break a sworn oath.
He could have told her everything. Old haunts, smuggling routes, even of the Bureau. Find yourself a place to lay low.
I'll find out how deep this betrayal goes.
I'll go to my hideout and wait for you there.
Another eavesdropping. Sorry. I'm in a hurry.
Control yourself, animal.
I'm trying!
Well,
I just can't fit through that. Imagine. Dude was just laying down and I stepped on him. Not good.
What's with those bubbly jokes?
My love.
You have the map.
Not yet. Not yet.
What am I to tell my order? You know we can't leave until I have it.
I'm taking care of it. Give me time.
More time? Your loyalty makes you soft. I think you're not man enough to see it through.
My flower. It's all but done. I've hired a man. In moments, Upton's life will be over and the map will be ours.
You hired a man. In your scriptures, did Cain hire a man? No, Cain was a man. Come to the field, he said to Abel, and he did it himself. He did not require a third man to carry the axe.
He did not have so many witnesses as we do in Nassau. Trust me, he is doing it now.
Right this moment?
Nothing can save him now.
Upton was headed to his hideout.
We need to get there. No, not hide.
Break your skulls! Don't read all of that!
Cyrus!
How bloody dare you!
The price of your head will feed us.
My leg! Gotcha!
Back off!
How many of you? You really thought it's a shoot. Are you good, my friend?
Edward?
I believe I just saved your life, mate.
Vance. He said he would kill me. I thought it was bluster. He is my brother. Despite what you told me, I thought it meant something.
You're safe for now. But perhaps a trip away from Nassau would do you some good.
Sorry to hear that. Betrayal is a bitch. Why it feels like wherever I go, I'm leaving a lot of bodies behind. Maybe that's just my playstyle. Okay.
Really?
How you doing, Claire?
Bollocks. It's all gone to shite.
Mr. Chunt.
Good God, man. What's happened to you?
I cannot go.
How much did you spend? Or what happened at the DFD store? I don't know, what is this? Yesterday it said 10 hours to reset, and then today it's it said 16 hours. Okay, that's annoying. Let me flex on the batch. Although the Subnautica patch is quite nice. Oh no, it's not even shown on my channel because I have something else. Oh, yeah. Okay, there I can change the identity. No, it's still showing the gift. It shouldn't. I took it away. There is the Assassin badge that you get from either subbing or gifting us up when this stream is on. Yeah, I really got wrecked. No, I don't want to see the weather. Why you went there?
Want any more? My brother? A traitor? That woman? Templar? I have no family, no wife of my own.
So unfortunately, it's not for free.
Let them kill me!
You don't know what you're saying, mate. Let's get you someplace safe.
What's the point?
The point is...
I think it was until 3rd of June. No, 3rd of August.
I need your information, so I need you sober.
You are my best friend. Come here, I'll kill you!
His brother just tried to kill him, so he's a bit mad.
What are you looking at? Hey, you there with a sour face. What was that you said about my mom?
I said she's a lovely woman, inside and out.
Ah, and how would you know?
I thought everyone knew. That's right, I said it.
I'll fix that booth. So Stokes talking about Moss.
We don't have a heavy punch.
I got plenty more like that.
Come on, mate. Let's go.
No! I don't feel so good.
What's just happened? I should leave.
What is the safety if we take him to the bushes? He's gonna throw up. That was what happens when you drink too much. Your body says.
So you administered
If-
the
if-
lie an entire hour before? Well, that's certainly novel. I shall have to try it.
Not over there.
There's more.
Mate, I think I drank too much. The church! In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy... Mate, the Father, the Son, and the Holy... What's the third one again?
Let's just keep it moving, yeah?
The Father, the Son, and the... Let's keep it moving. No, that's not it.
What does it matter?
It doesn't... It doesn't matter. Nothing in this sour life does. Let's keep it moving. Keep it moving.
It's been a while since I've been that drunk. Many years.
No.
No, dancing ladies.
These creatures. They all look like that woman to me. Are they muses or furies? I can't tell. My lady, what happened to your teeth? Edward, give me your purse. I wish to commune with these angels.
Oh, really?
Appearance of beauty, but
I'm here to
serve
pay for his
spirits
dances.
and rot. Wonder.
Here's some coin. Now leave my friend be.
No, don't go.
Keep walking, man.
Shall I push him forward? Speed up.
Just go as straight as you can.
Downhill. That's a dangerous. Time for a little wee.
Upton, mate, no. Guards. There are guards nearby.
Piss off.
They won't stand for this.
I said piss off. Oh, I need a piss.
Have your liver out, mate.
Throw the captain.
Let's find somewhere safe.
That was faster.
Yes, away from all these damn fools.
The non-stop burping.
I don't want to be like a child, Edward.
It's all right, mate.
Help me not be like a child.
You just need the drink to wear off. Are you safe here?
Safety is an illusion. But yes, I have friends here I can hide.
Good.
What you must think of me? Have I said anything embarrassing?
No, mate. You sound quite the scholar.
Betrayal makes one philosophical, don't it? Imagine a Templar, my brother, to marry a Templar.
I doubt it'll come to that.
I'm so afraid for him. Oh, please help keep him safe.
Sober up, mate. We'll finish this in the morning.
I need to take care of her beloved. Not his, but the brother's. Okay, he's in safely. Oh, right, you saw nothing. So how many days is the League PC EVC tournament starting tomorrow? They didn't have games yet today. At 11. I don't know how I got here, but this is what you get with the DLC pack, or not the DLC, the deluxe edition. Then you could buy more. You could just buy your ship to be full. This is free. Even the pet monkey as well. Like Twitch drops. I think I already had those. After a perfect dodge, quick shooting immediately does not consume ammunition. That's not bad. I didn't have this. Now we got 2 monkeys. Three different cat animals. And 2 monkeys. Let's finish this.
Kenway.
Boy. Thanks for the follow, Dumb. Welcome. How you doing today?
You're looking better than last we met.
As I sobered up, I began to see it more clearly. Jing has led my brother astray, and must be killed. But Vance has also betrayed me. As an assassin, his treachery must be punished by death.
So either way, one of them has the Templar key. You're obviously distraught.
We have to...
Let me take care of it.
I will tell you where to find them.
Thank you.
They're in the swamp, not too far from here.
I tried to get that song, but my platforming abilities got exposed.
The chest must be somewhere back there.
Should it be there then? Dude's straight looking at me. I had been here killing crocodiles earlier.
I'll cleave your cockles! Gotcha, soul!
There is Vance. Now that no, these had all.
The chest should be buried back there.
This This looks exactly the same.
That's Vance.
We'll set off once Jing arrives.
Sorry, Vance. You did betray the order.
Traitor. It takes one to know one.
That is a traitor's mustache. He's missing the Captain Red Bear's beard. He's half of the map. Whatever the map is. Of what?
Jin Lang, as I live and breathe.
I told him not to hire you! You traitor! I will not meet the same fate!
Just like a Templar to run from a fight.
Can I just, like, shoot her? Yeah. Why run?
Imagine
We have a gun.
the Queen of Pirates, Jin Lang, defeated for a fake map. I have been arrogant.
Really?
Yes, I stole the real one, both halves. My husband has it.
Your husband?
Better man than these fools.
Oh no. Who's her husband? Who is it?
Upton should know of his brother's
Which
fate.
clip that? We shall see. They did say that, like, that's a new comment, by the way. If this works. Like, look. Just say Twitch clip that, and auto clips are automatically used after the stream. Like, the button itself has changed its name to be this. Okay, maybe it comes later available. Because it's not yet here. Or maybe it didn't work. But yeah, like, I really appreciate you taking these clips. Like the White Rift clip from yesterday.
My dear brother, I'm sorry I failed you. How did it come to this?
Wine and some rum. Yeah, there's a chest over there.
It has to be buried somewhere there.
I made it quick.
You did what I couldn't bear to.
A man shouldn't have to kill his own blood. But about your map...
I don't care about the damn map. It's cost me my brother. Let me be done with it. My thanks, Kenway. I should like to be alone now.
Is her body still there, by the way? No. No, it's not. We probably got the pirate key then. And they were really... Maybe we have the chest over here. Or over here. I'm looking for a treasure. Really treasure. Parkour specialist. Oh, sorry, skeleton. Your head just fell off. Or fell off. Let's try this again. Failure. Get some paper.
It's decent.
I almost lost to a bar.
Good.
That is a bit embarrassing.
The chest should be buried back there.
No, they're slow. Welcome, Saragon. How you doing? I think I found the tree. How we can get to this secret chest? How has life been treating you today? I'm looking for a treasure chest.
The chest must be somewhere back there.
Back where? Here? Unable to skip timer. Must loot. All we can see is crocodiles. Let's capture one. Some lights. Who's your daddy? It is me. Maybe like
Now that was pretty.
Pastime here. If we can make this jump. What is hard?
It has to be buried somewhere there.
I got it! I'm just trying to chop it down. We got another sword. Okay, not like that.
You Benny! You'll not lose me that quick!
That's a nice try. He actually gave us quite a lot. Just the hiding spot. Let's now pass the time and see how our friend is behaving here. He should be good. Oh, that's the viewpoint I had not taken. Let's go get the chest. Don't mind me. Take you both down. Really? Nope, you are. Okay, the chest.
Prepare your coffin.
No, there was two. You are rescued. Are we the Batman? We are buying different spools. Oh, 200 rounds. Nice. 3 out of 5 secrets. Just no enough. Back towards the viewpoint. Not a bad amount of money. Yeah, this viewpoint will be on enemy progress. Need to be a bit careful. Oh, guys have just food. So close. Front door it is. It's locked. There.
Nothing to see here. Piss off.
Here. No, that is not a path up either. Found the way. Oh, and there's actually a chest behind the locked door.
So you die! Cold-blooded killer.
Yorkshire, you bastard!
But are the rest coming up here or not? Well, Captain is waiting for you. They're still looking for me. That is another chest. Once they have stopped looking, I can synchronize and start the looting process. There you can see my check door. Iron fleck. Why is it in a British? Oh, by the way, why they have a fortress? Oh, he didn't like see me.
Get the bastard! Easy. today.
One bloody loose me!
Your fate is sealed.
One of them is throwing bombs.
I'll cut your ears off, I will!
Stand where you are.
Get back here!
Not quite.
No, no, no. Ah, I got shot in the ass. Not too many deaths. Maybe we tried to be a bit more stealthy.
Huh?
Take one at a time.
Rum is my philosophy, good sir! Stop running! Knew I'd find you! Time to join the Chorus Celestial! Damn you!
There's another chest. Where is it though? So now I'm just thinking abuse. Hopefully they don't look for this bush. They did.
This won't take long. My God, I'll have your head! God!
Okay. I'm off. No treasure here. Fast escape. Escape. Yeah. Over here, could lower our wanted level. We need to wait for them to stop looking for me. One just missing. Question is, where is it? Where is it? It's back there. Let's try to get that. Then I can sell the treasures. Captain Morgan's outfit. Is this one? It's like down. You can't just drop.
Attack, lads! Not good enough. Fight for that!
They had a secret retreat here. Oh, it's fine. All the chests. It's probably faster to spawn in the boat. Sell our loot. See if I'm able to buy some upgrades for the boat.
Always blaming the English.
You're speaking to a Welshman. It always is the English.
Captain's in the water!
Something undiscovered. Okay, Harper Master. First I want to sell the things that I have gathered.
What's on your mind then?
We did find at least a lot of rum.
Done. Come back anytime.
I haven't bought anything. Just tell it.
Have you business to contract with me?
What we can buy. It was mortars that we were, or I was thinking. We can buy the next upgrade as well. And now for the ultimate, you need 25k and a plan. We only have 5 mortars. It is still a nice amount of things.
Deal concluded.
I don't think having... We can't do this British fleet yet. Must pick another mission.
Spanish ensign! It's a brig!
No use wallowing about here. Trim as near the wind as you dare.
Loose topsails, gallants and royals!
I see my target.
Give us a song, lads.
One thing, of course, maybe I should be going for.
Hold on! Let's luff, too!
Back to our main island. Our base and go collect the money. Why? Like, I swear I put that area loot option. Maybe I didn't apply it. It is there. But yes, about the quests. A camp of mutineers are guarding a treasure.
Let's get going. Crowd in on.
It's their mistake.
Give everything she's got.
Got the wind behind us.
Ease up. Raise your voices, me trumps.
Quite the squall picking up, Captain!
Take us off the wind. Well sung, lads. Me thanks.
It's barely started. Yeah, here's a chest. I do want to find it. So, like, how do I get on this boat?
Be somewhere else. Swarm him!
Not today!
You'll bleed for that!
The galleon belongs to a king, your captain. The chest should be buried back there.
I know. It's everywhere. Should I have much? This can't be the route. They're supposed to be like the treasure down.
The chest must be somewhere back there.
Somewhere here. Like, there was some loot boxes, but not that many. It's true inventory. Abaco Island. Here you get the coordinates. 719-607. 719-607. How off are these? Or is that like the location where we've... Three trees. You're hurt.
It'll do.
This is not threes. I think he gave us the treasure map. Once I will find one treasure, it's easier, right?
It has to be buried somewhere there.
There's many spots with three. Three palm trees. Did we blame the makers of the map? Let's have a new synchronize. Why I can't find the treasure?
The chest should be buried back there.
Their spoils are mine now.
Okay, now we have looted all of those. That's three palm trees. Unfortunately, we cannot pet the turtle. They are not hostile. No, there's a key even spawned here. I don't think it was here earlier. Must have spawned here. No, it's really good that we are not sailing. It's not a spot for a treasure. Like we can see this. That one on the map. Five 586-811. I might be looking different. Yes. I've been looking different coordinates.
This place looks familiar. It's somewhere here.
I was looking at from coordinates. Explains.
A stroke of fortune. There may be more chests
2.5
like
K.
this one.
Earth Mother. Never that was. Where else we have maps? $719,601. Here we have another treasure. Was it really that close? 719,607.
We must be getting close, Captain.
Cat's gone to the deep!
On my way!
Where have I seen this place?
Here. Looking at the coordinates gives you where the map is.
I'll take it.
Just looking at the right location. Serpent figure. Nice. I'm liking it a lot. How you doing, Roxy? There's so much to do.
A cool breeze and calm waters. A man could get used to this.
Let me give you a sight. Enjoy the view. You're glad to hear that. You're thinking of getting it myself. Highly suggested. It's a lot of fun to be a pirate. It's just giga expensive to upgrade your boat. It's a howler monk. Then there's a Mayan stellate that I have not. Let's try to get that. I'm doing good. And I'm glad to hear you're doing well. That should be soon over. Bear with me. I've robbed this place so many times. Really hope they stop shooting up. Stay there.
Got you!
He was the only one. If we turn this around. There. We will get another Mayan statue. There was 12 of these total amount. Cat Island, of course. We're gonna
You be
pet the
good
cat.
now.
No. Let's look at more maps. Havana. We'll go there. 213. Somewhere from here. What was it? Two 13,564. Okay, we go a bit more down. Just trying to get the free loot. Fastest way to get some more upgrades for the boat. The Jackdaw needs.
Parece un poco peligroso.
What did you do that for?
Oh, it took away the marker. No, it didn't. Am I just blind? I was blind.
I've seen.
It has like a small white area. It exposes where the treasure is. Queen Anne's figurehead designs and 3K. Next. Nassau. 586, 755. You're on Nassau. We were there just moments ago. Hope your day goes well, Roxy. Appreciate the lurk. We are at the shore. What were the coordinates? 586755. 586 755. There. Then I can dream about upgrades, so I could take my first fort and actually have my own complete. Moving around. One quest offers or is telling me that I should.
You'll keep your brains in your head if you move away from here. The chest.
Should have more mortars. I should be taken care of.
Not bad.
Taking care of the rabbi mortars. No, like 2 ships. As it says, see, the British.
Where have I seen this place?
It's somewhere here.
If it's buried, it must have worked. Good stuff.
Elite cells and VK. There's my boat. Master.
You require my services.
I got 12k. We can buy many of the things. For mortars, no more. An ultimate plan is needed for the last upgrade. We still can buy. Maybe more cannons. Damage up by 53% though. Or we want to be running faster. Heavy shot it is. We can still get more cannons. No, I had 2k on. We can have more ammo. At least. This needs just gold. It needs a plan. I like it.
Well concluded.
Thank you. No. How about the maps? $5.90, $2.45. That is a naval quest. There's like a lot of islands that I haven't been. Maybe we try this. Jackdaw, you are there. Nah, we have better sea shanties. Don't worry, I just took a shortcut. All aboard!
Mains out, trim to the wind. Who's the main? Half sail. Give us a shanty. Fast as you dare.
Let's take care of this.
Refit all tops.
Ah, we destroyed its whole boat.
Drag them to their doom. Keep them back.
I don't have any health. Yeah. Or any potions. Either. Remedies. All lost. Failed attempt. I'll use the toilet first. Be right back. Oh, Johnny Walker.
Put on some sail. Loose all sail.
Hoist away the topsail!
It's far away.
Give voice, you tars.
Let's try this bagger.
Give everything she's got.
They're Spanish, sir! Ahead, sir! All away! Set her back!
All about down.
Pull them in with a will!
Keep my deck clear! We have a news!
Ah, we missed the boat. Okay, now I did get one remedy at least. I kinda want to try the fort. We could have our own.
Loose some sail, we move! Stunsails! Use all the wind you can!
That's a big convoy, right?
Spaniards, cannon! Looks like a frigate! I do not think we can stand against. We have the wind at our back!
As I rolled out one morning, away.
Almost got destroyed by our...
I met a lady fair.
Wait.
Hey, hey, ring-a-ting-a-ting-a, ha-ha. Good morning, ladies all. Away to the Hey, hey, ring-a-ting-a-ting-a,
We must tread lightly! These waters are well guarded, sir!
Shall we give it a try?
Ease up!
We are losing the wind, Captain!
Fire!
Let's finish that down off, Captain! Fire! That's the weak spot! The new boys go! Oh, they'll make us pay for that!
Speed, lads!
I well, boy, I've been enjoying a lot.
Give everything she's got! Calm her down!
So I would say yes.
mainsails into the wind! Los topsails, fire! Douse all but mains!
Let's turn around.
Fire! Fire!
One more turret left.
Topsails, gallants, loose and trim!
No more forward.
Ease off, bring in some sail!
Take advantage of the situation!
Give me more sail!
Did you play the original?
Trim as near the wind as you dare! Trim off! Bring in the stunsails!
Halt now, my trumps! I'm not here to...
Crowd in on, all of it!
It's way smoother than the... Really.
Lay aloft and reform!
Definitely like how you remember the graphics these. Really close to them. Okay. For Luther, you are mine. The combat is different. I don't remember these forts. We see more enemies.
You'll have to do better than that.
Not many enemies left. No, we can't just climb up. How do we reduce? That's not a place to climb either. From other side? Yeah, here we have. Some animation. It is ours! War room door. Let's not be on fire. Must be this big front door here.
All together now!
Like in Valhalla.
I've faced many scoundrels like you. Most begged for mercy before the end.
It is ours! No more England. Here's another that we need to get rid of. Legendary ship. Yeah, not gonna happen. Oh, it actually gives us a lot of resources. That's nice. I want to get back on my boat. Huh? Can't leave a chest. Almost 200. Ish.
Now here's a real sailor. I saw you run the gauntlet in that brig and come out with nary a scratch.
Thank you.
No use wallowing about here. Give me every inch of sail.
Loose tops and royals.
Let's see if we can get the
Fast as you dare.
British mission now. But yeah, like, we can't go towards the legendary ship. That's a suicide mission.
Give us a shanty.
Hey, hey, up sea rises. Have a target. We have a storm. We did not break the ship. Not yet. But yet, mortars to sink 2 of them. The mortars are maxed as much as you can get without the legendary pieces.
Them British ships ahead, Captain!
Let's rob these thieves.
and gallants! Fire! Fire! Put on some sail!
Lay off the loose men!
Is that enough? Okay, and then we bought the last one to repair our boat. I was a bit afraid that I wouldn't have enough damage.
Jack's ready to grapple him, sir! Reel him in, me trumps! Bring them back!
Headshot. Now my crew members are a bit on the way.
It's ready to watch.
Good job. Let's repair. All the perks.
Get them aloft, let's go! Let's get going!
Storm.
Royal Navy! Break up!
Lead convoy ship.
Full sail! Crowded all! Fire! Trim the yards off the wind! Fire! Give me more sail!
Thank you, Panda. Hug Monster. How you doing today?
She's right, sir. Should be board and take her.
I think that was my first naval contract earlier. No, we got our wanted level high enough spawn. Pirate ship. A pirate hunter ship. There was a canister. Well, this was from Taste of the Cannon. Oh, we still have one shot. Oh, that hurts. It's like a whole bunch of them. Okay, good, that was enough. We're almost. Let's lower the level. No, I could fast travel and see. Can I increase how much my levels? Back to the Igua. Hi there, mates. My husband and I are curious where you're from. Sorry if it's... No. Never too forward. Swami. Finland is my nation. So no, not a pirate, but something that Vikings were afraid.
Have you a moment for me?
There are no stupid questions. Just some things can't be answered, but I'll tell you when that happens. How are you both today? Have you played the original? Is this first time hearing Finnish accents?
This collection is not yet complete.
Ships are profit.
Let's see. Northeast, nice. We have our first sector. Risk level is 1 skull. No idea what that means. Awesome, you're originally from St. Petersburg. Piotr. Never been to Russia, but hopefully things change. We could actually travel. Okay, this is how we can send. I don't know how the risk level goes. Never been to St. Petersburg. It's not too far off. "30 minutes. Let's hope that ship does not break. I have 2 ships only. That. Reduce risk level by 1 in Northeast after completion. You need a man of war to start this mission. A frigate. Yeah, I don't yet have those. In my defense, you live in Vienna. You have a Ukrainian husband. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, it's usually never the people. Like, politics is such a thing that I do not like. Okay. I have my first table item. No, not too scary.
I did it. I turned this place into a home. I wonder what Caroline would think of it.
Okay, we have all the upgrades. Facade, Tower and Garden, and a guest house. That's nice. How many keys am I missing? How is Vienna? I've actually never been there either. I've been traveling in Europe, but you haven't played Assassin's Creed since the first game they released. The first one was really good. Of course, like it had its slow moments, but this is the fourth, just a remastered or resynced version. Many say, and I like the idea as well, like that this would be the best Assassin's Creed, even though you are playing as a pirate. But like the ship battles, they just feel so good. Definitely really the best.
There are works yet to be discovered.
Yes, they are. Can I show my loot? Oh, what is this? We can enter Animus. Hang the portrait of Dukas. No furniture. We have a couple of paintings. Is this me when I'm old? No, he has hair.
A worthy battle. Whoever painted this portrait did him a great courtesy. Or they were well paid.
It is a beautiful painting. Merry Company. This 1623 painting by Gerard van Othorst illustrates a provocative scene with the depot student and two prostitutes.
This reminds me of my days in Nassau.
Definitely hair is not everything. At least the beard is growing. Or has been growing a lot. I can get myself a dark US monk. What is this? More key points. Need more data fragments. There's so many things to collect. And then we would get a Dark Animus Corsair robes. But yeah, I've been now been going to the gym for 2 years. Trying to get back in shape. I don't know if you play. If you have been playing League of Legends, but there's the Gragas character. My belly is almost like that. Olaf is so close. Another one that I would like. I want to remove some boats, salvage. From our brigade.
More ships mean more money.
You don't get too much from that. it is a one free spot. $5,000 to get another ship. Renovate the hideout docks to add more ship space. I could see if... Like, there's a couple of stores that want me to upgrade things. Yeah, very nice to meet you. Hope to see you more of your streams later. My hubby wants to go through the channels. Thank you for stopping by and for the follow. I hope you guys will have a great rest of the night. Tomorrow, more of this. On the weekend, I was thinking of playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. Second game. It's been wonderful. Not yet going to sleep, Roxy. I think half an hour more. But getting close there. It is 9:30 already. But I did start today like half an hour late. No. Just telling Panda Hug Monster and their husband that what they could wait in next streams. But yeah, tomorrow more of this. No, not harbor. Will he add more space? No.
Later then.
We had some guys here who wanted. Yes.
A good capitaine.
They want
He takes
local
care of
girls.
his men, yes. The sailors are un peu dissatisfied that there are no women of comfort here. I know just where to find them, but we need to build them a home.
Boarding crew deals increased damage, okay. But it's not giving us another... Hi Turtle, how you doing? It's not giving us another ship. Well, let's just play. Guys need to party. Not the first thing I would buy for myself. Hell no. I got 3k left. Maybe we can get more money.
A moment. They may be hunting in packs.
So, what have you been eating?
Not too much. Are we still on what we were discussing? Release tomorrow. Okay. Now the YouTube stream has ended.
Our pleasure. See you next time.
No frame drops. Hopefully. It's like 50.
A moment for me, friend. Been thinking, Captain. Why not build ourselves a grand old bonfire by the beach? The lads would be a better cheer if they
How's
had
your own
some spots
connection?
to
For
let
me, it
loose.
sounds
You savvy?
like perfect. I should have bought this. 2 new fleet birds. Sorry, lad. I'm broke. We gotta get those.
Got an ear for me, Captain.
Yeah, this game is not perfectly optimized. It is brand new. I still should be playing it on low. Yes. Like they would like you to play with the.
Catch me some wind.
Or is it like I have something open here? Yeah, that like what they want you to be using is game ready driver. But like I don't have 2 PCs. If I have this, the stream quality will definitely lag. And this is the latest driver what they have done. They just haven't patched it. Like for me, it sounds really well. Let's close those. Yeah, they definitely will do that. It's just how fast. How fast that will be done. Let's have a monkey that I just acquired.
On the leeward!
Crowd in on, all of it!
Loose all! Party like!
Let's try to take on the fort. Like most of the time it's 60 FPS that the OBS is showing. Sometimes it drops to 50 and then rare occasions.
Let's have a song then.
It drops to 30. Like really rarely. Newest Stalker is still broken. And, was it earlier, like last year even, when they released it? The Stalker 2, because I did play that through Xbox Game Pass. It was actually my first Stalker. Reminded me of Fallout games. Was fun. Thank you, Vincent. Welcome, Raiders. What were you playing today? Pickle Rick. That is a wonderful name. I will. Being a pirate. Always fun, right? Day 4. I haven't done too much in the map. We're still like in the safe zone-ish. Now I'm heading to take my second fort. I just took a fort over here. Next up is Tortuga. I want to have more space for my own fleet, so I can have passive income. Let's see. Completed list of games on stream. It's actually missing a lot. It is missing a lot. I haven't updated that list in a year or two. Luckily, like I've been mostly multi-streaming. So from the live, they go back a lot. Mm-hmm. What has been this game? Like many. Do I have Mafia there? I did play the original. This is Valheim when there's no else. It would be even more impressive if you had Destiny 2 to it. I've actually never played Destiny 2. I did try the first one. Like, I really loved Halos when they were a thing. What is this game? Look, you can see my hair does not. Ah, hey, I think this game none of you have ever played. If I'm thinking of correct. No. This is Lords of the Fallen. Yeah, you might have played this. I think that's Lords of the Fallen. Yeah, it is Lords of the Fallen. I always like when I'm playing Souls games. I like to go quite bonky build. But yeah, lately I finished Clair Obscure. How many hours it take? Oh, it took 61. Didn't cried all of it. One Souls game that I'm actually waiting, like I could get it on sale. Like this is releasing tomorrow. Have any of you actually heard about this game? The Mount Omen of Chutlu. I'm excited for this. Not a Souls intro. Oh, okay. It's not for everybody. Like, I don't like shooter games at all. I can, like, what is it? Tom Clancy's Rainbow, not Rainbow Six. This Breakpoint that we played. You have Bloodborne on PlayStation for the last like 30 minutes, just from the FPS. It can be an issue. I actually haven't finished it. I'm stuck on that game's DLC's last boss. Dude's just screaming at me. I'm too slow. And the only real Souls game that I actually finished was the Dark Souls 2. I played it last fall. 74 hours and 700 plus deaths. So I'm not saying I'm good at Souls games, but chat wants me to get punished, so we get punished, or I get punished. But yeah, Elder Ring was the first Souls game. But yes, up to 4 players. How do you feel about Subnautica? I played 4 streams in a row. Got 24 hours when after the game was released. I had a vacation. So how's your Tassala-phobia, or how it's said? Like, I played it alone. This you can play as a multiplayer if you do want to. But like, I love these games so good. I don't think I've actually seen this trailer. Like, I'm waiting for the game to get more content, then I could continue or create a new playthrough. Hey, we left a mineral that we were trying to gather. But yeah, the first one has been the scariest. Like, of course, the second one, we haven't seen that one. Oh, I haven't seen that monster. No. You can actually see that. I forgot it had so many eyes. Okay, I haven't touched land at all. But like, yeah, it's just sounds of Subnautica, man. It's so wonderful. Okay, let's play a little bit of this. It working away. Outer Wilds. I actually haven't tried that. I played the Outer Worlds. I'm, yes, on my way to take a fort, but we can always get some extra. Maybe we can stock up with...
Bring them in for a steely kiss!
Do not let them board us!
Have you played the original? Is there another? You get the... Oh, that went. You don't hit. Original AC4. I don't remember how the combat was. In that, what I've heard, that this is not the same. Hello. I have like heavy attacks and dodges. Takedowns work so well. You stopped at AC3, yeah. Well, then you can go for this. So my ship is I cleared a path for one boat, but let's take that. Parkour is a bit faster than in the OG. Don't know about compact. Like, what I remember, like fighting versus
Up the shrouds, lads.
animals,
We sail.
is
sail.
way different.
Speed, lads.
Fish nipple
Give
soup.
us a shanty.
Come, all you young sailor, and listen to me. I'll sing you a song of the fish in the sea, and it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys, when the wind blows, we're all together. Jolly South, steady.
Yes, we rail this boat.
Cruise up.
I was trying to... we will just shoot it. Shoot a loot.
Crowd in on.
They continue.
Aloft, lads! Check those royals!
Faster now.
Yeah, just having this ship battles going as they have, you know, here, makes it wonderful. Okay, that's the fun I'm going for.
Our foes patrol these waters closely, Captain.
Your islands.
Calm her down.
Mortars.
Down, mortar! Fire! Give everything she's got. Ease up. Back down.
Losing the weather gate, sir!
Fire! 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 Speed, lads! Calm her down. Shorten sail! Get off the squall!
The mortar is dealing so much damage.
Stunts out! Let's get moving! Haul in the stunsail!
He's the man! Careful, blind us, sir!
Oh, we need to destroy these ships first. So we're doing that. Are you telling me that it'll hit?
Loose all, let's move!
Let's not hit that. Okay.
Refit all top!
I got scared. Now we can go back in.
Stun those! Use all the wind you can!
But yeah, Parker feels smooth.
The wind has us!
Take us off the wind!
Good luck. But yeah, destroying these fortresses or capturing them, the pirates. I can have my own commercial ships bringing money. That helps a lot. It costs so much to have your boat fully, your ship fully upgraded. We have a parry. Strong parry here. Assassinate the small ones and then take care of them. Oh. You're healed. He can't sustain so many of us. Different weapons have different passives.
Almost too easy.
Like with this one, you can do the heavy attack like that. I have another legendary weapon where you can shoot. Yes, we do have a rope as well. That's not that often used. And as we are a pirate, we cannot forget rules. Can't see my boat.
With a captain about. Got it.
Hey. Who shot with the cannon? That hurt. One rebel.
Together now!
Are you the warden of this hovel?
I am the man who will kill you.
It seems I'll enjoy my work double this day.
Smoke bombers. So good. All Biden! Liberated. Oh, there's a cave. Shall we have a look at it? Some ammo, cloth, metal, wood, money, and a couple of crew members. I think it cost 6k for us to get another cruise ship. Oh, you are there. Original had fall damage. This one, if you press B at the correct time, if you're landing, you don't take damage from any height.
You need to vanish, friend?
He could lower our level. Don't need that. We have a cave to look into. Hey, I swear I swapped that cat to a monkey. Can we do it now? Nope. We'll do it later.
Let's get going.
Get on that main
All
seat.
sail! Fill
I know
those
she's a good
sticks!
sailor. Now prove it, my trumps!
Fast as you dare. Give voice, you tars.
It's not too far.
Alright, lad. Where am I to go, me dice? Where am I to go? Way, hey, hey, I roll and go. Oh, where am I to go, me dice? Where am I to
Yeah, you definitely could just be sailing.
young sailor boy, and where am I to go? Oh, way up on that gallant card.
Ease her off!
Sailing this Caribbean ocean for hours. Listening to sea shanties. I can't sing that well, so.
Haul up the royals!
I don't see a way in from this side. Yeah. Be further. Forward and then to the left. You go around from Smuggler's Den. There's a chest, secrets, and monkey.
Drop anchor! Let's save some for later.
Our boat is too big. It's not a chest. Only 19 grams. Okay, you at least had some. With that we can go back. If I had left my boat further. Let's see what the cave itself is. am a crocodile. No puking. Bye bye. There's more than a couple of enemies. Let's try this side first. Okay, good. Okay, stealth. We can forget. Idly timed parry. Always works. We're gonna take the dude down here. It's in yours. Still have. There's a lot of health potions, which is good.
Most pirates aren't as smart as me. They bury their treasures where anyone could trip over. But see, mine's in this cave. And not only that, it's under the water, right? Who's gonna think to look there?
Such a fancy key must open a fancy chest.
Can you
He
believe
did
Johnny
tell us.
did that? He's a fool. The water will soak.
Now that was
I
pretty.
need these Hutios.
He's a fool. The water will soak through the chest.
Aye, and everything he wants in it will be ruined.
Can't talk sense to him, though. He's in love with his own voice. Huh?
You're dead!
Always works. Do we have a guard on this side? No. Everybody is full. Oh, there's nothing. Yeah, I had left the chest. Another chest. What's that called? Oh, there you are. Oh, you were a key, not the chest itself. Okay. Let's see this side. Oh, it was just another way to get in, okay. Yes, we were told about... Told about a chest within the water. I need another hide for Huntia if I didn't get 2 of them. For us to craft.
Not a bad haul for a short swim.
Cannon barrel pistol, almost 1k. Not bad at all. Is it like a Ashima thing when you collect all? I think it is. It's just also a lot of fun. We did get this. Smoke bombs, fully upgraded. I am missing Capuchin monkey belt. Berserker darts and sleep darts. Yeah, I haven't done the main missions. It lasts 2 streams for this game. It is just so much more fun to just sail across the sea and... Now we have the monkey. Let's get back to the boat. First, the smugglers. Then... Oh, actually, first one that I found, and now it's fully explorers. Look how beautiful my boat is. Check. I got 2 forts taken down. There's a convoy. I can't take on a frigate yet, right?
Spaniards! Frigate! Too powerful, Captain! They will surely sink us!
We will try.
More than one, sir! Ahead, sir!
Fire! Put on some sail.
Let's ride this blow, lads! Fire! Fire!
Brace yourself! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Wait, I got it down! Why my crew is saying that they are too strong? They didn't know how strong I am.
You want to board her now, sir?
Drag them to their doom!
Take the fight to them!
I can have another type of missions done with this ship, but it is not a man of war. There's another one. Can play this as an assassin as well.
Not quite.
Good enough.
Okay, who's next? My boat! My frigate! Captain's logbox, we will get to. Let's get the logbox. Extra loot.
Get them aloft, let's go!
15,000. Yeah, I can definitely get. They were not sailing next to me.
Up the shrouds, lads!
Get those
We
bombs
sail!
free. Let's see that dock.
But yeah, I need to capture a frigate
Pull them down to hell, lads!
as well. Ah, I didn't even need to get on the boat. I don't know, Pip.
The planks.
Okay. I think we can parseval back here. But yes, you can actually find this pirate suit in the game itself. No hidden in DLCs. Or can you even call them as DLCs, to be truthful? I don't think you can when they are like bought. Like it says cosmetics. What was that we just picked up? Ruben Wrench. Just something we could read, okay. We also have
Where
some.
is Bernard?
Welcome back, Captain Kenway.
Skirt
You move quietly for a butler.
Captain Kenway, I must thank you for your efforts in retrieving the pieces in my lady's collection. Verona House is slowly beginning to remember itself. The passion flower, or Passiflora bahamensis. Lady Summers adored them. We would talk about arts, languages, the world at large. I always hoped we'd travel one day.
You were fond of her. She would be happy to know how well you've cared for this place.
He's been the butler of this house for like 30 years.
It does not serve the body or mind to be idle, Captain Kenway.
Look at the new weapons. Some new trinkets. Increase the amount of realism gain. I want that. Yeah, we don't care about the wanted level, we can always fight. But just having the ability to get more money sounds really good. Le Bourgeois Blades. Heavy strike hold. Fires 2 gunshots at no ammo cost. The only pair of pistols or... No, that's what I had. I don't know, it is this one. Fire an extra shot with each heavy strike. No, I like the lightsaber blades. Like, yeah, of course, this one has its uses, but... Was not meant to. I want to be more sword fighting and less... You do know how bad my aim is.
Dressed like a king. But this St. Jerome's got the look of a man who enjoys a drink. The sun sliding below the sea is a sight matched only by when it rises again. The more holds, the higher the profit.
West is still locked. Man of War. We don't get have the boat. This would have needed the frigate. These ships are almost broke down. Santa Barbara can take this and then I have a big mistake. Traders think they found a safe route using Fort Keep barrage shields. They are wrong. Yes, Man of War. I have not seen that yet. Freestyle lab! Thank you, Bella. How was your stream?
Skulking about.
What were you playing this time? Welcome, Raiders. I'm here on huge overtime. We played some Fortnite and then Valheim. Nice. Your camp got raided. Which enemies? There's many. And have you ever thought about being a pirate? Repair costs not that much. Graveyards and all that. Yeah. They are Like, oh, of course. Just getting your camp raided, that's not fun. Let's start with that. Take a bit off. You haven't played Black Flag. It's so good. Definitely one of the best ones. Like, just look at it.
What's going on?
Yes, you get to dress like a pirate as well. You can find this costume in the game itself. This is from Deluxe Edition, where you like look a little bit more as an assassin, not a pirate. But this is Captain Morgan's. I like it a lot. These guys wanted the bonfire.
A grand old bonfire by the beach. The lads would be a better cheer if they had such a spot to let loose.
But yeah, the ship battles are one of the best parts. None other game has been able to do them as good as they are here.
Have you a moment for an old salt?
What can I do
Sell
for
my
you?
loot. Then it's time to upgrade our boat.
Thanks for the business.
This is fully upgraded, right?
Getting pickled, are you?
Oh, yeah. Is the man drunk or what? We could have or play mini games with that. My luck on those. Not good enough.
What might you be requiring?
There are some upgrades on the boat that are already waiting to find some ultimate plan. What I want next? More cannons. More damage. I don't have enough money for those. We could have more cannons. $8K needed. From cannons. Not use those. Run so we can just run over. Do I want more sailors? Why not? Now I'm broke. I have 692. We must go and find another frigate to capture and send off. I'm not so sure what is needed for the man of war. This is checked all. One of the best boats. And yeah, like the map is huge. There's definitely a lot lot of time to play. Let's go for that fault. Hey, I moved too fast. Now we can thread the wheel.
Put on some sail.
Get up those shrouds!
Loosen, trim tight. Ride the wind.
Is there a favorite? I don't remember this.
Let's have a song then.
It is 10k.
Speed, lads!
The weather gate, sir! It's turning against us!
I dug his grave with a silver spade. I dug his grave with a silver spade.
And of course, you do have your. What is this? Magnuscope. Let's go. Oh. Wind turners around. Where were you?
I carried him away to Montego Bay. I carried him away to Montego Bay. Aha!
Yeah, it's just so relaxing to be on the opposite.
Fast as you dare. Sing a new song.
They are fighting against each other.
Ease her off! Fire!
Destroy. That's fire. Then ram this one.
Trim off! Bring in the stunsails! Fire!
We have a storm!
Stunsails! Use all the wind you can!
Where's the other?
Starboard, Captain!
Clew up the foremast mains!
There's some loot. You need these resources.
More sail! We need to
I think
buy.
you could buy them as
Let's
well.
ride this squall!
Let's not get caught by that. There's even some thunder. It's actually coming straight towards us. No. Luckily there's no sharks in the hurricane or tornado. But it's on a rammer, so just run away.
Floating booty there for the taking, sir!
Why not? It is on the way.
mark, sir.
Almost out of range. Wind really is against us.
Crowd it on, all of it!
These guys. It's a nice try. We could actually land on it, or board it.
Nasty weather building, Captain.
Grapples ready, Captain. Just say the word.
Let's go.
Drag them to their doom.
Do you hear the news?
Where they have explosives on them. It just disappeared.
Now we dance.
My boat! Or we repair our boat. No, I want to send not a brig. It must be a frigate or the man of war. Let's just repair. We can take on the first level. I haven't tried the second level.
Unreef the mains. Stun those. Use
Are we
all
still
wind
in
you
the
can.
storm?
Faster now.
No.
They're Spanish, sir! Frigate captain!
We can actually take that.
Calm her down. Give voice, you Tars. Fast as you dare.
Spanish! Another ship, captain!
This is like a mortar cannon that we can use.
Give everything she's got. Ease up.
The wind, sir! We're losing the advantage!
Fire!
Bearing it well.
I need to get to the frigate.
Faster now!
The main boat itself. I don't care about these small ones.
Give everything she's got! Ease her off! Fire!
Clear out!
Fire! Race for impact! Fire! 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 Fasten yourself! Douse the royals and top! Fire! Fire!
Know what the break are about. Nice! We're gonna get it. I need a frigate.
Always a boulder, Kelly!
Grappling hooks away!
I do need to
That's
repair
the
my boat
prize!
as well, but we can repair it with smaller ones. Nice try, mate. Or we're gonna lower up the flag here. Do we see any enemies? Not bad. Oh, this might. Shouldn't destroy all the boats.
Loose main sails!
No.
Fast as you dare!
Oh, there's one in front of us.
Douse the gallants and royals! All sails! She'll take it!
Through the foremans! We let fly the grapples of Fasusasu!
Order repair.
Drag them to their doom!
That's what's needed. It's almost broken. My boat! Not fully health. At least more than half.
Get the mainsails into the wind! Armor down! Fire! 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 Douse all but mains! Fire!
Yeah, those smaller boats don't have too much.
You want to board her now, sir?
Too much defenses, other than dropping barrels.
Any who set foot here dead!
Party line!
Let's heal. I'm not sure. Now we have those 2 stars there. So let's get full health first.
Mains out, let's go!
Where they are.
Reef in all tops! Fire! Loose all and trim sharp to the wind!
It did hit.
Should we board her, sir?
No idea what the second one is.
Heave! Heave!
Okay, no I'm... jumping around. You want to see the second one yet? Maybe it's not Man of War. Like, I'm not sure if I can fight. I have some damage. But is it enough?
Loose some sail, we move!
Belay the topsail halyards!
I still have 9 mortars, so we can go for the 4th.
Pull them down to hell, lads!
Well shot. Don't even hit the board. I did get 2 slots right. Maybe we get a new scooter. Okay.
Give me more sail. All sail. Fill those sticks. Give me every inch of sail.
This is the new song we acquired.
Faster now.
Nog 2 karren. You're our island. We can pass it from the left. Oh, the smoke was not coming there. No, it is coming from there. We'll check on that island later. Another storm. Magical monkey I have. Okay, we're full on. I haven't been hit by a lightning.
Give us a song, lads.
Which is a good one.
Speed, lads.
Do you have your favorite sea shanty? Have you ever thought about having your own song? Actually, would it be cool sailing on a boat like this? Of course, if you are just a tourist passenger, then yes. But being the worker, maybe not. It does have mortar ammo.
Hold your tongues and prepare to engage!
Faster now. Squeeze up. Douse the royals and tops!
What happened to it? Did I hit it?
We are losing the weather gauge, sir. Keep them back!
Yo, heave ho! Heave! Heave!
Let's see about this game this time. Oh, that missed. What we're gonna do is... I did want that mortar ammo. Let's make sure we are full health, so we can take on the foe.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail! Stunsails! Use all the wind you can! Fast as you dare! Let's have a song then.
Down west, old ship that ever did sail, sailed on an errand on a windy day.
Calm her down!
She's weakest right there, Captain. Fire!
Fire! Batten yourself! Shorten sail! Get off the squall! Barrels up!
Pretty!
Fire! Unfurl mains! Let's move!
Fleet are back!
Fire! Brace for impact! Stunts out! Let's get moving! Reef the topsails and gallants!
The main muzzle the gallants!
Both are trying to turn into the same direction.
Get the capes ready!
Fleet has returned.
Let out some sail!
Let's catch some wind!
Turn around!
Give everything she's got! Ease up! Refit all tops!
Muzzle your top!
Hold down! Hold
They
down!
thought take me!
Catch me some wind! Douse them!
Let the anchor go!
Mains out! Trim to the wind!
Let's catch some wind,
Slowly.
She's right, sir. Should be board and take her.
Drag them to their doom!
Not one of the swamps that's put on our deck!
I'm taking care of... Like... My boat! Oh yeah, this is just a break. Let's repair. And it's almost 11! It's 1 minute burst. Or 1 minute to 11. I think I do need to end here. I can't go this crazy. But it's been fun. More tomorrow. I will get to that. Get to that fort. Let's see. Who are online? Do we have anybody? on the same category? No. Huh. Tok is back playing Wide Rift. He's been actually playing offline now, but... But yeah, there's a new season of Wide Rift. That's what's happening. I'm not the biggest fan of shooters, but Kata... She's always having a good vibe. But yeah, more of this tomorrow. Thank you, chat. I really appreciate you being here. I hope you have a great rest of the night. 5 p.m. or 5:30. No, 5 p.m. or 5:30 tomorrow, Finnish time. Have a great night.